All right, hello. Welcome, one and all. Good evening. Maybe it is morning where you are. Maybe it's afternoon. Whichever. Good being. Hey, Rod. Yeah, you are first today. How's it going? All right, so for everybody who's gonna be watching this as a VOD, real quick thing. Hi, I am Ashley, and I'm a character and creature concept sculptor and designer. So during these streams, usually what I end up doing is I just, smash a sphere around, kind of create some, here, hold on. I kind of create like, a little bit of like whatever, right? And just go along with the flow. So sphere kind of mashes around and turns into literally anything, absolutely anything. And the goal is kind of just to find a design within the chaotic mess that we can create. So just like first thing right out the gate, this is not going to be a production model. This is not for 3D printing in particular or anything of that nature. The only thing that I would use this for is conceptual. It's sketching, right? So you use it for like illustration, etc., but you don't use it for the final model that would be going into a game or a film production or anything like that. So keep that in mind as well. VOD, like video on demand, yes. So if you aren't, if you miss the stream, this goes for like literally any of the streamers on this channel, the Pixologic channel, you can actually go back on YouTube and catch it later because everything is recorded. So that's a plus. And on that note too, if you're not following Pixologic, you probably should, because there's a whole lot of other artists here and they're awesome and they have a lot to teach and share, and they're fun and great people. So follow. Have I tried the new ZBrush cut tools? Yes, Vadim. Yes, I have. The knife tool is awesome. I love the knife tool. Hey Grim, what's up? Bubbles. Couldn't find me on Twitch? Yeah, no, Twitch is up. Twitch is up. Hey Gorbulin. Yeah, so also if you want to ask me questions as I'm going, feel free, because I don't always, I'm not like a stream of thought as I'm going. I try to get better at that, but I'm not usually like that. So if you have questions about what I'm doing or my thought process behind something in particular, feel free to ask me. But this is very much like a laid back session where we just kind of like talk about literally anything. I answer questions as they come up and we just sketch, kind of like a cafe type deal. Hey Sean, how are you? You doing okay? Doing okay too. These might be a little bit more chill. Just a little chill. What are we doing today? I don't know. I'm kind of thinking like, because it is Swordtember and I know like it's September, Swordtember, you get it? So I was like, oh, what if we do like something like living sword related today? But I don't know. We'll probably just kind of like mess this around and try a few things, and if anything sticks, then we'll go with that, right? Also, if you enjoy, the program, keep in mind that Pixologic does offer a free trial as well, so you can get that for 30 days. Hey SD, the sword from Soul Calibur. Wait, where are you barking at things? So disgruntled. All right, let's go. I don't know really what it is that we're gonna be doing, but we're gonna do something. So again, ask away if you want. And if the music is too loud or anything of that nature, let me know. If I just kind of disappear into the oblivion and I'm not streaming anymore, let me know. So one thing is I usually, like when I'm first starting things out, I like to kind of let things stretch a lot. Kind of like if you were to start drawing on paper, you could get a lot of like interesting sketch marks and things of that nature. And I kind of do a lot of like my design stuff, like, you know, just early work this way, where I literally just kind of like sketch it, leave it really artifacting. So there's always going to be the people that absolutely cannot stand this, but I actually really like it. We're gonna look for some interesting shapes here. We can grab, when you go into Snake Hook, you can grab the AccuCurve to kind of give it like a really sharp point at the end, which is really, really nice. You updated your ZBrush and was happy to see my Sir Monty. Yes, Sir Monty, he's always there. It's so great. You panic every time it stretches, and when it comes to the stream, you have a brain seizure. Well, you learn to live with it, right? You know, it's I don't know. If you're really like that worried about stretching and stuff, like maybe box modeling is more for you. Because the thing is, like, in ZBrush, you don't always have to be extremely clean, you know? Because, like, you can always just Dynamesh it later and fix it up. So, let's see. The cool thing is that the knife tool even works on this super stretched geometry as well. So you can literally do whatever the heck you want. I like that way of sculpting too, Jeffrey. It's like really fun. I mean, when you're doing it like for production, a lot of the time you've got like, if it's going to be a model and you're not just doing it as concept, which a lot of the time I'm just doing like design work or concept stuff. So early concepts usually very, very messy. Design, you start to hone in and refine the shapes and everything like that, and things become a lot more solid and easier to retopologize essentially. But early concept, a lot of the time it is very, very rough, and that's totally okay. But you know, if you're doing something that like already has the design fully kind of fleshed out and stuff, then you might even just be using a base mesh, and then you're gonna want to keep it clean the whole time, right? But for sketching, I mean, why not just be messy? It's very freeing. Hey Smash! I mean, if you have any questions, feel free. Feel free. I'll do my best to answer stuff. If a sword is alive, does it need to eat? That's sticky, right? Like, okay, can we put like a mouth on this thing or something like that, right? Great thing with ZBrush is the ability to start any way you want. You're learning, so you screw stuff up all the time, but ZBrush is always has your back. Yeah, exactly, Gorbulin. Like, the great thing about ZBrush, I know I sound like I'm like paid to say this, but I'm not. Like, the great thing about it is that you don't have to worry about any of the technical stuff until later. So you can be as much of a, like an artsy fartsy as you want to. That's another thing too, is I call myself artsy fartsy all the time. Nice. And put that in the home and then do a 90-degree. Ooh, actually, delete that. I'm going to do a mirror and weld on the Z axis. I see, I see. Let's do it like this. Yes. All right, and then I'm going to make sure that my transform is on Z as well, because then I'm gonna get it all over, right? So you're not, so when you have your transforms on, when you're working with maybe like a sword or something like that, You're gonna want to make sure that you're getting both the back and front in the early stages, otherwise you're gonna end up doing what I just did, which is just like a shoddy like mirror and weld job, right? But I kind of like that too, because now we can play with kind of like a crazier design, perhaps. It's like a, I don't know, maybe like a sword that's like more of like a pincer. Like I'm thinking like, okay, if we're gonna do like a living sword type thing, maybe it could have more of like bug-like features or something like that. Which means all of this here needs to be bigger too. Okay, wow, comments. Oh, let's get this. All right. You make characters as well, and you never stretch it that much nor leave it stretched for the entirety of the sketching. Oh, thank you, Red, the fact that you like the style, though. I appreciate that. Yeah. So for my professional stuff, though, same as you. I don't do stretchy stuff for animated features, for example, animated TV shows or anything like that. The stretchy stuff, like maybe if I just want to like do shorthand of like hair, like a hair block out or something like that, I'll just leave it sketchy. For all my illustrative stuff, I don't mind leaving stuff really like rough and things. I actually, for my personal style, I like keeping the rough aspects of it in almost the same way that like if you were to do a painting, you kind of like seeing brush strokes. To some people, like other CG artists, looking at this could in some cases look really jarring, but I see it more of like it's just sketching in another way, right? So I don't know, it's personal preference at that point, very subjective. You like the phrase artsy fartsy? It's a good rhyme. It's easy. It's a sword creature that fights with a human club. Yo! Where do you recommend you start? You have a Wacom, you have ZBrush, but you're overwhelmed. Are there free courses I recommend? So, the way that I usually go about learning anything new, I don't know, again, if this is helpful to you, then that's great. My opinion would be pick something that's very contained, like an idea of a project that's very contained, like, you know, a prop of some kind that's simplistic enough that you can manage it and you don't need to carry it out for months on end, right? And with that, just kind of start doing things in the program, like go through the brush menu, right? Like know your basics, like the B will bring up your brush menu. You can grab like anything and just try them out. For me personally, I really love the snake hook tool. That's a good moving tool, like a good moving brush. But if it's too crazy for you, you could also just use Move, right? Move is the one that most people use, which is right here. And the Move tool, it moves things in a very uniform manner, right? Like if you wanted to get more precise, like bit by bits, like, you know, just being more specific about what you're doing without like a ton of stretching geometry, Move tool might be good for you. Whereas, like, you know, if you want to be a little bit crazier with things, snake hook might give you the better freedom because it doesn't really have like an endpoint. It just keeps dragging. The Move tool, though, it does kind of have an endpoint, as you can see. So it stops you from going absolutely nutto with it, right? So figure out what your preferences are with that. And I'd say, like, just have fun. Like, that's the biggest thing, is pick a project that you can do that's going to give you a lot of, like, fun. Like, you don't want to be doing something just because somebody else said you have to and then lose all interest in it. Especially when you're first starting out, you need that vote of confidence. And that being said, if something is very confusing to you, holding control over top, like hovering and holding control, will bring up a tooltip, right? And these tooltips will tell you what everything does. And I know that that's still very, very overwhelming. So in that case, there's, I think Nico Pavlovich has a getting started video. I think he does, and I think that's pretty good. does Pablo might have a getting started video, and then also there's Z Classroom as well. There's like beginner things that you can learn from Z Classroom down to like how to use just even the UI. So if I go here, let me do it in chat. And this is from the Pixologic devs. Wait, I can't type. What the heck? Here. Yeah, okay, other people are recommending Michael Pavlovich. He's a great reference. Yes, 100%. CG impressionist. There we go. Exactly. Making the Sword of Darkness. Wait, what's the Sword of Darkness again? Remind me. How to make a character. That's like, yeah, there's like a lot of there's a lot of tutorials on how to go like from beginning to end of making a character. Flip Normals has, like, if you're interested in game dev, I know Gavin Goulden did a course with Flip Normals on that. But like, I mean, you can find like a ton of different courses, like even free videos, like just step by step. I'm sure Polygon has a lot of great resources for beginners as well, especially with the way that he walks through his process. So yeah, there's like a lot of stuff. Danny Mac is pretty like good at that. Shane Olsen has an entire thing as well. So yeah, exactly, Gorbulin. Yeah, you gotta pick something that's gonna be like fun and exciting for you right off the bat. Because if you don't, then you're just gonna get discouraged. Does this one have... Yeah, it does. Okay. Nice. That'll be cool. Okay. Yeah. All right, and then grab these. And I will hide this top bit, so I just have the hilt here hidden. And then thinking even I'll get rid of these ones. I don't think I want these ones. That. Okay, merge that. What's the name of that? It doesn't have a name. We're just gonna do a sword, and I'm gonna make it kind of like a living insect sword, I think. This I don't know. Just because I want to. You have 3 streams going. Oh my gosh. Well, make sure to mute me. Stormbringer. Hey Jasmine, how are you? How do I feel about Picasso and Resquit? Okay, so... Wait, hold on. Is the music too loud for you guys? Or I had to turn it down on my end because I couldn't even think properly. I'll probably turn it up again later. Just let me know if the music's too loud. How do I feel about Picasso? So Picasso, he had a very, like, I mean, he don't have very developed feelings on either of them. I think that what they do is inspirational to people, but it's not really like my favorite thing. I think that it's cool that Picasso specifically kind of deviated from doing realism and studying under more realistic aspects of art and doing that with his art into the older he got and the more experience he got, he just kind of like put middle fingers up in the air and said, I'm just not going to be conventional at all. And so for that sake, you know, it's really cool that he decided to do what he wants to do, but I'm also just like, I didn't spend a whole lot of time learning about him essentially, so I don't have developed feelings, right? It's like a multi-sword in the bad movie you saw. Great, sick. Off to a good start that it's already a bad sword. Whatever. And the thing about, like, you know, famous artists, like, there's a lot of there are many artists that I respect and they're incredibly talented, but you know, I know that things, like, you know, they come and go, and sometimes, like, when it comes to, like, the fine arts world, a lot of artists are essentially there because they were discovered by that one curator who said that it was worth, like, this artist is necessary, like, you know, they're the revolutionary one, and then that would catch on, right? It's just like, if you look at, remember, like, the banana on the wall, like, that was taped to the wall, for example. It's kind of like, well, I'm not going to make, like, a crazy statement on this because it is incredibly subjective, and one person could argue that as long as art is evoking emotion in one way, shape, or form, then it's successful, which the banana on the wall clearly evoked a lot of emotion amongst people. But then, you know, you'd have other people that they're like, well, if it makes me angry, then it feels stupid, then it isn't art. So it's a subjective thing in that sense, right? Did I see the link that you posted? The Sword of Darkness, Sword Kingdom. Oh, that, okay, yes, got you. Well, that's definitely not what we're making. I agree, Brock. I agree. All right, let's do... So even though I've got this, like, kind of coming off in multiple areas, I still, like, you know, to give it that that indication of it has, like, a front and back kind of thing, like in an edge, I'll probably end up keeping the silhouette thicker on one side just so that it gives that indicator of like an actual hilt. Because if I had that hilt going in every direction, it would end up being a little bit confusing of a design, which this is definitely going to be, don't get me wrong, but we'll get there with it for sure. Pull that out. Oh, actually here is where we can turn on our symmetry in both areas so that we get kind of like a nice diamondy looking thing like this. And then we can even utilize the knife tool. Motion, you mean like eating a banana? Oh, jeez. I love bananas. Bananas, very good, very good. All right, that's right. I cannot use it with this. Turn. Fine. There we go. Turn it back on. I should put the symmetries. I need to redo my UI actually. Like I want to put active symmetry and all of this on my UI. I want to put decimation on my UI. I want to get rid of this tessellate and stuff because I don't really use that much, and I want to put down a couple of brushes as well. I think probably gonna redo my UI at some point when I get a second to breathe. We need a dog version of the Thundercat sword of Oak. That would be pretty cool. Dude, I'm sure somebody has done Thunder Dogs. That has to be it. Like, somebody has done Thunder Dog art. Yeah, I mean, I've never been a fan of, like, really highbrow art. You know what I mean? Like, like, having to stare at a painting and wait for the thoughts to come to you when it isn't very emotive to begin with. You know, like, finding that painting that speaks to you and just, like, convincing yourself that that is literally speaking to you in that sense, it feels... I don't know. It just doesn't work for me, and I know that a lot of people in this industry are kind of the same as well, which is why we veer towards this type of art. So there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, different people, different preferences, and I'm not one to have a very inflammatory opinion about one thing or the other, because I do see that a lot of people like it, but I also see that more highbrow, I want to call it, art is commodified, right? So I don't know. Hey Pepe, what's up? Like, it almost feels like, you know, and this is more of like a cynical way of looking at it too, is like it just used for like storing your assets for rich people, right? Like, how do I diversify my portfolio? Oh, I know I can buy art and then, you know, ditch the taxes regarding the art that I bought, and then it'll just sit in a warehouse somewhere. No one will even ever see it, but they make a case for it being the most beautiful thing, and then they themselves will make the artwork more expensive by buying a lot from that one artist and then deeming it to be rare from that one artist, regardless of if that artist even spoke to the curator to begin with, right? So there's like this whole cynical way of looking at it as well on that spectrum, which is also why I don't really like, you know, like because I do abstract stuff, but when I do abstract things, I'm also thinking of kind of like a story behind it as well. It's not just like, what do you feel when you look at this? You know, I don't like that kind of stuff. I really don't. That's a personal thing. Some people do, though. They love the open-endedness, so I can't say that it's not real. Yeah, I agree. Headcase, like, Picasso was incredibly talented, and he was talented at such a young age, like 14. I think he was able to do very realistic portraits. And the older that he got, he just kind of decided to divert into something different, because I guess, like, you know, being different is what really made money as an artist back then, right? Like, being really different that way. And he didn't really see as much of that money, obviously. That's where the whole, like, oh, well, you know, to make money as an artist, you gotta die first. Like, BS saying comes from, by the way. Fine art. Like, that's the thing. Fine art's a very broad term because you could actually consider what a lot of artists in this industry do as personal art, fine art, because the definition for fine art is it can reside in the realm of it just looks beautiful to look at. If you're just celebrating an image's finer qualities, essentially, then it is fine art. If you're just kind of like, you know, like, hey, this is a beautiful woman on a motorcycle, but it's just an illustration with no other purpose but to admire how beautiful it is, then it is fine art, right? So in that case, it's like, because labeling things and naming them properly is such a thing, like, technically that stuff isn't just fine art, right? That's why I'm like, oh, like the highbrow, like, I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, the banana, I don't know. I didn't even try to like really dive into that, you know, the symbolism for the banana on the wall. I don't know, man, whatever. Yeah, ZBrush can be used very well for architectural visualization. That is very, very true. Okay, let's see. What am I gonna do here? I kind of wanted to do a little bit of like an eyeball moment. That's what I think. Ooh, oh my god, an eyeball moment? But this is like, this is like a claw that's like ripping into the eyeball and it's just bleeding. It's a bloody eyeball at the end of the hilt. I love it. I don't know. It's great. It's disgusting. Let's do that. Yeah, money laundering is the right. That's the cynical way of looking at it. Correct. Jamal, I think my opinion of NFTs are more on the cynical side as well. Like, personally, I don't think at any near point in the future I'll be participating in that scene. Anytime that I check in on it again and see how things are progressing, if anything's changed, like, it kind of hasn't, it just kind of keeps getting like more and more commodified. And people, you know, like, some artists are in that space supporting each other, right? But at the end of the day, the people that are really selling their stuff for a lot of money, it's like, you're selling it because these people are expecting to flip your artwork, right? And so to me, that feels super icky. I'm taking away all of the environmental arguments and all of that out of there. It's just like the core of it. Like, do you want to sell something kind of like, you're almost selling air, but it's also got your name attached to it and your art attached to it for somebody else to essentially flip it and make more money than you. It's just, in my opinion, doesn't feel like it's for the artist like people say it should be, you know, NFTs being for the artist. It doesn't really feel that way at all. It feels like it's just the same BS, but with less to offer, because now you're not even getting something physical, you know, to hang in your home to appreciate it. And that kind of goes back to my first argument, you know, about the cynicism of art collection, like highbrow art collection to begin with, right? Which ends up being like, it just kind of sits in a warehouse somewhere. Like, there's not really a way for these people that are collecting their NFTs to really display them and appreciate them. It just kind of sits in their wallet, you know? And it has that same vibe to me anyways. So I don't, it's not for me. It's not for me. It doesn't feel good. Well, that's exactly what it feels like, Rod. Yeah. Where do I work at? Right now I'm working for a couple of different studios. Very busy, lots of work. Anyways, gotta keep doing this. I'm working for one studio in New York, and I'm doing another studio in Toronto right now. I can disclose. Oh, I can disclose one of the things. I'm working on the animated series Magic: The Gathering. Hell yeah! Doing a couple sculpts for that. But the other stuff I can't talk about. So, all right. Let's get this hilt going, I think. Dude, is this all just separated? No, it's not. Can I separate this? I probably can. Do we have the poly group still? Oh, hell yes we do. Good.
Don't pretend you're no good, 'cause I can see your sunshine dripping out your sleeves onto my lifeline.
Save this because we're gonna do some stuff that might explode the computer. You're gonna start stretching everything? Hell yeah. Am I working for Magic? Yes, I am. On their anime. I'm not working directly with Wizards of the Coast though. I'm working with a studio that is working it. But it's a cool project. I'm allowed to announce that because it was announced, so I can say that I'm working on that. Most of the stuff that I work on, I can't be like, yo, this is something that I'm working on, you know? That's kind of the thing of being in like the design / concept sculpt realm. Is a lot of the stuff that you do is for like pre-production, like getting something even greenlit in the first place. So it's like so many projects that I work on, you'll never even hear about them. Do I use Marvelous in my workflow? I haven't recently. Have I met? No, I have not met Joe. No. Am I doing a prop this time? Kind of. I'm doing more of like a living sword though. So I'll have like live elements to it. I'm just working really slow. The $500,000 Hunter Biden paintings? Dude, like, okay, so the crazy thing is, right, like, is I was following NFTs before Beeple did his first NFT, and I was just kind of like skeptical at it first, but I was just like, this is 100% gonna get big. So in that sense, I'm kicking myself for not just like getting a lottery ticket, you know what I mean? Just because it just exploded. But then at the same time, I'm like, ah, whatever, it's against my morals anyways. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm only doing a little bit for Magic though, because I've got so many projects going, but it's cool to even work on that. Sorry, I gotta like save this and then keep working. Where do you get ZBrush? Depending on where you are, you could go to Pixologic.com and they have download links there. Or, you know, if you go onto Twitch in the info panels, you could go onto YouTube in the description, it's gonna be there as well. They have it kind of plastered everywhere. Tell them I love them if you do. Please hire me and love me. Okay. I don't think I will. I am just a little freelancer in my room. That's all I am. I don't meet anybody. I just do. Oh, and then there's this other like ridiculous project that I'm doing right now, which I'll be able to tell you guys about in approximately, what is September, October, November, 4 months from now. If I survive. All right. So, You remember how stretched this was? So the fact that I just clicked Dynamesh. Oh, I forgot to get rid of those, didn't I? Okay, undo. Let me quickly get rid of that. I'm gonna split it off. Okay, this now for sure, yeah, okay. So, click Dynamesh. It's all stretched. But now, look at that, usable high-res geometry. This is a little bit too high-res for me, so if it's too high-res, just chunk the resolution down. The resolution's kind of like, if we get into the really nitty-gritty, it depends on how big your thing is within the ZBrush document or whatever, but it's not like, oh, I'm using 56 resolution, so your model is gonna be okay with 56. I would say Dynamesh it. If it's too high, just undo and re-Dynamesh or whatever. Just make sure to save beforehand in case you like do something, like you explode your mesh, you know? All right. So now we've got all of this like tiny little details and stuff that you can actually sculpt on top of. And I already really love this for like how insect-like it's looking, even with just like the stretched geometry. So I'll kind of like play that up. Can't remember, but when you first started, did you work for a studio or freelance? For freelance work, how did you decide how much to charge? I started in a studio, and I ended up, like, I started in a studio while I was in Toronto. That studio ended up going out of business and displacing 500 of us employees. All of, like, I was very, very social when I was working there in that studio. So I ended up getting a lot of contacts, which led to my next job, which then led to me working remotely with that job. And from there, I was able to transition to freelance. And charging, I kind of figured out how to charge my stuff based on a couple of things. It just kind of like, well, how much do you pay for rent? How much do you pay for groceries? How much do you pay for all of this kind of stuff? And then figure out what your base cost of living is. Figure out, like, you know, an estimate of how much money you're going to be making. Like, let's say the first year that you're freelancing, which the first year I was freelancing, I only made around, like, not even $30,000. Like, I was not doing good. I had money saved up, but my first year of freelancing, I was making, like, less than 30,000 Canadian. So I didn't even really need to worry too much about taxes. But, like, let's say you have like some really crazy projects lined up and you're going to actually be making more money than that, then you have to consider like what kind of taxes you're going to be having to deduct from that, and kind of think to yourself like, well, how much exactly, you know, can you charge that will leave you at the end of that with something that's comfortable? All right, hold on. So, like, let's say you're making $60,000 as a freelancer working like crazy in a year, right? I'm talking Canadian, so if you want to like translate that any way you can, just think of it as Canadian. So if you're making like 60 grand and, you know, you have your expenses, you know, all year it's going to cost you maybe $10,000 in rent, maybe even $12,000 in rent. You might be paying like, I don't know, we'll be generous and say $5,000 for food, you know, stuff like that. And you start subtracting it from that 60,000 after, like, or be like after you've already subtracted the taxes for the 60 grand. So in Canada, let's say you had 60,000, you know, you would have to pay like 25% total-ish to the government on $60,000, maybe even 30,000, something, or 30% of that. So you'd be left with like 40 some odd thousand minus all of your expenses. Then you'd be left with, at the very end of everything paid for, you might have a gross income of like what's it called, like 20,000, 25,000, something like that, if we're being like super generous or super conservative rather. So if that's something you're comfortable with like a growth of that much money every single year without doing anything, like if you want to calculate like I'm gonna go on vacation and stuff like that, and then or like, you know, you need to pay for family medical expenses and insurance and things like that, then that'll be even lower and lower and lower, right? So that's usually how I calculate it. Any advice for applying to be an artist in the industry? Seems like everybody just wants people with experience, and you can't get any experience unless you've had prior experience. So this one's really like tough to answer, because like things are so weird. There's no like direct answer to this. Just know that portfolio is king, and being at the right place at the right time is really important as well. Persistence as well. Like, you know, don't be annoying. Like, don't apply to a place like 7 times a year or something like that. But, you know, if some place like doesn't accept you, maybe you want to ask them like, hey, like, what are you looking for? Because I really want to work for you, etc. I'm not really like the best one to ask for something like that, because I've been really lucky and I've been going with the flow. Like, I will admit that I have been very lucky with just always being able to find work, which is not the case for a lot of people. But I also kind of like started specializing, and I was very much like always sculpting, always doing something. I started on Twitch as well very early on, so I was going to work and then coming home and working, right? But when like my first job though, the job that I applied, like all the jobs that I applied for, I didn't get all of them, right? I got one. But all of the jobs that I applied for when I first got out of school, they all said, like, we're looking for somebody experienced. But I said, whatever, I'm just gonna try anyways, because maybe they need, like, they'll be like, okay, we can't find a senior, but we can get 3 juniors. Like, screw it, we'll hire these people. You know what I mean? So yeah, some of it is luck, and I will absolutely admit that. Anybody who says otherwise, I feel like is wrong. There is a level of luck, but there's things that you can do as a person to increase your luck, right? Increase your chance of getting seen and accepted. Because for me, my first job, yes, it was persistence. I was constantly refining my portfolio. Even though it was bad, I was still working on it based on feedback. And I ended up being in the right place at the right time, where it was like a very small window. They were only hiring like a big group of people for like two weeks. They were just like rapid fire doing like interviews, and I was there, so I was able to like kind of just slot in, you know? And then to keep getting jobs after that too, it was a matter of like, well, I didn't stop working on my own stuff. I kept working on my own stuff, and I kept improving, which is hopefully evident. So if you see something that says like obviously don't apply to a lead position, right? Like, if you've never had a job before, don't be like, oh yeah, this place is offering a lead position, let me just like get in on that. But if some place is just like, we need you to have at least released 1 game or something like that, have like a title under your belt, they're saying that because they want the ideal candidate, but it's not, they're not always gonna get the ideal candidate. So apply, just try it. And if they deny, keep working on your portfolio. Your portfolio is king, right? And then apply somewhere else, etc., etc. But like persistence is key. Persistence is yourself, persistence in your ability to keep getting better. Don't beat yourself up if you get a rejection or just get ghosted by a company. A lot of these places, they get a load, like a ridiculously large amount of applications, right? So like, don't beat yourself up for not getting that job. Just keep working at it, because the more that you work at it, maybe you'll get an even better opportunity with a better portfolio later, right? Just invest in yourself. And another thing too is like, I don't really like telling people to like curate their whole portfolio for one company, unless that's like really like what you want to do. I'm a little bit jaded in the sense that like I wouldn't be able to just like work for one place. Like I can't imagine making like my whole portfolio in one style, you know? So having in my opinion, having a variety of things, like if you want to be like a modeler, for example, right? Having a variety of different what's it called? Different styles that you kind of go after and model after is good to have in your portfolio, because then it shows that you can adapt very well. And then you're also not beholden to like only applying to like that one type of studio, right? Like that, like they only do Blizzard style things. They only do Disney style things or whatever. Then you're not beholden to that. You can go and try elsewhere. Just do things that you enjoy doing. That's the biggest one too, is just because, you know, so-and-so artist that works at like your ideal company says you need to do something that you find boring in order to get that job, like a boring subject, maybe that's not the type of job, like maybe you don't want to work at that studio. You want not just the name, you want the content of the work that you do as an artist to be fulfilling, because if you don't, you're gonna burn out real bad. You really need to be doing things that you enjoy doing. So if you don't like vehicles, don't just force yourself to become a vehicle artist, you know what I mean? How much do you sleep? This week, not enough. You could probably tell that I'm a little bit more lower energy than I normally am. But yeah, it depends. Am I going through a depression cycle? Am I doing the 12 hours? I'm not the healthiest when it comes to that stuff, but I'm gonna aim for midnight sleeping tonight. You can do good realistic characters, and if you can do good stylized, it seems like an advantage. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing, like if we want to do key takeaways from everything that I said, variety is great. Prioritize the things that you enjoy doing, and that includes just like broadening your horizon. Try things you've never tried before, because maybe you'll find you actually like them. Keep an open mind. You might find a niche that you really like and you want to improve in as well. And the biggest one is just keep investing in yourself and your own talent as an art, like your own abilities as an artist. Just keep working at that. Don't stop doing your own art for you, right? That's the big thing, is everybody's like, build your portfolio so that you can get to this studio. And yes, that's important. You want to make money, but art is an expression of the self. And if you're more of a craftsman, then that's totally fine. But if you have an artistic heart, I would say that you really want to be focusing on doing things that make you happy, doing things that you're speaking through them in a way, like you can feel the happiness when you're doing it. You can feel the energy when you're doing it, and that's really important. I am doing well, thank you, Frank. Is it coffee? No, it's just tea. doing some freelance work part-time along with normal days job, you do feel like you're charging too little for the amount of hours you put into them, need to start bumping up those rates. Yeah, Jamal, another thing too, you'll want to make sure that you outline very clearly the number of hours you're willing to work. So this can come down to managers micromanaging you a little bit. So you need to be a little bit like strong about that. Kind of put your foot down. Like, let's say for me, for example, when I'm taking multiple contracts at the same time, I allocate maybe a maximum of 20 hours per week per contract because I need to be able to spread things out like throughout the week, overlapping them and scheduling them properly. So if something starts to feel like it's going to bleed over, you also charge extra for weekends. That's another possibility as well, right? This will deter people from pushing you to do overtime because they'll know, hey, like, if you're asking me to work more than the hours outlined in the contract that we agreed upon, then it needs to be more money. So it's not ideal, right? Ideally, you just don't want to be working extra hours because then you can actually rest and not burn out. But, you know, if you have to work extra hours, then it's like, all right, well, at least there's a little bit of compensation for it, you know? All right, I should work. I'm talking and talking and talking. I'm so... Yeah, so when you're freelancing, also consider it like unless you get hired on as like a full-time freelancer or something like that, you know, for one company, keep in mind that as a contractor, as a freelancer, you are your own boss, right? You are your own business, your own company, and so you have to hold yourself to the highest standard that you can without crushing yourself, because as your own boss and your own employee, you have to have that balance of your boss side is just like, no, you gotta really put in the work and make sure that the client likes you, but your employee side, you have to make sure that you're taking care of yourself as well. So you have to put your foot down when things start to get a little bit too much. Always save your iterations, save as many iterations of things as you can, because clients will be like, actually, can we go back to V1 even though you're on V100? And they said that they didn't want V1 all the way up until V100, and now they're like, nah, let's do V1 again. So keep everything. Everything. Thanks, Frank. I appreciate it. Yeah, I get you. I get you. There's a lot of distractions in life, and the best thing that you can do is just, whenever you're able to push through a little bit, push through, but, you know, you also need to give yourself the correct amount of time for breaks. Breaks are incredibly important. You know? And somebody had tweeted out recently that, you know, saying art is labor, and I 100% agree with that, because art is labor. No matter what people think about art being like this super fun thing, so, you know, you shouldn't get paid for it or whatever the hot take of the season is. It's labor, you know? There's so many times that I'm sitting at my desk and it's just like, I am tired, dude. I've been working like maybe like 12 hours that day or something crazy. And you know, it's, you have to have your breaks. Just like anyone, you can't be sitting here all the time. Also, another top tip is really got to you really got to be working on your shoulder strength. I do, like, I'm not like jacked or anything, but I do shoulder like exercises to strengthen my shoulder blades, especially because your posture, like, I know some of you, yes, I said the word posture, you're gonna sit up. I know you're gonna sit up. Some of you are sitting over here like all like fucking golem, like my precious. I'm working on my precious. You cannot do that. You can't do that. You can't. You have to work on sitting up, and golem equals not good. And I would say, like, personally, I have not invested in one of those like posture corrector things. You can put them on your back and it like vibrates when you're like this to remind you to sit up. I don't like that. Instead, what I do to keep my posture upwards most of the time is I do exercises to have that naturally happen. So if you were to start doing shoulder and shoulder blade upper back exercises now, and stretches and things like that every 2 hours, in a couple of months you'll find that you're much more upright, much more awake, you're breathing better, blood flow is better, everything is better. Trust me, everything is better. Chillin''s good though. Chillin' is good. Oh, no way. Okay, I gotta go back in time. Back. And activate my symmetry. Oh, also, if you guys didn't know, ZBrush released a new version again, like a patch. So if you haven't gotten the patch, it's 2021.7.1. It's there for you. They fixed a couple things. Yeah, hour bike ride. So I don't have a bike, but I've got a stationary bike, and that's usually good. I do that, like, actually, if I'm taking, like, sometimes I'll just like pace in my apartment, or to like take my dog for a walk around the park or something like that, or around the block, whatever. But if I don't have a long break to take, then I'll just kind of sit on the stationary bike for like 15 minutes or whatever, and just, you know, get some blood flowing. The 7.1, they have release notes. I don't know exactly everything. They're just like mostly just a couple of fixes. Like, I think when you were saving or loading tools, it wouldn't remember the place on Windows that you were at last, so you had to keep navigating back to that folder that you wanted. But they fixed that, so it'll remember. I don't know what the other things are though. All right. I always forget like how energized streaming makes me. Like, it's such a good like de-stress. I know it sounds a little bit weird, but talking to you guys, like, honestly, like, maybe it's just like I'm missing social aspects of my life. But talking to you guys always makes me feel better. I was pretty like stressed out today, no lie. It's also because like I didn't get very much sleep last night. Recess, I talked a little bit about that earlier in the stream. I'd say probably like 30 minutes ago. I don't really want to rehash it though. Must I draw well to sculpt? No. No, you don't have to draw well to sculpt well. I know a lot of sculptors that don't draw really well, but the fundamentals apply across mediums, right? No matter what you do artistically, that's all, the fundamentals are all gonna be there. So doesn't matter what medium you choose to, you know, work at, whatever your choice is, great for you. But the fundamentals, there's no escaping them, you know, they're there. See if I can get like more of like a sharp edge right here. Inflate that just a little bit. I'm gonna keep that straight, and I'm gonna remove these ones right here. Ooh, actually, I kind of like the idea of having all of these like sticking out, like the little thorny bits. Hi, comics! If you want to learn sculpt, do monsters, make your way up to prettier things. Honestly, if you want to have fun with it, if you like monster sculpting, absolutely, that's how I learned, right? But no, keep in the back of your mind, as you're having fun, eventually you're going to have to, you know, do a little bit more anatomy work if you want to take it seriously and actually improve. You're gonna have to do your studies. There's no real escaping the fundamentals here. But that's where it's just like, well, choose subject matters that would be fun to learn anatomy with, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, I'm gonna copy Mr. Naked Dude right here over and over and over again. It doesn't have to be that, right? You can learn in other ways. What's my personal best work? I don't know. I leave that up to other people to decide, because it's very... I'll tell you what my favorite is. My favorite so far is the one that I just did. And I'll show you. The one that I just did. Hey Dorema, what's good? This is the one that I just did. So right now, this is my favorite. I'll probably move on from enjoying this one in a couple of days. But I really like this one. It's just very much the, like, it's very much the vibe that I gravitate towards. I gravitate, accretion, black hole, full of jokes. How did I paint it? In ZBrush? No, I did it in Photoshop. Yeah, if you can upgrade to 7.1, which it's a free upgrade, I would do that for the knife tool. For sure. you know, you gotta. I hated this when I first started out. I was like, rules, who needs rules? But you kind of need to know the rules, like the fundamentals, in order to break them later, right? Like, you need to know what is needed in order to make a solid piece, in order to know how to deviate from that and still have a successful piece, right? The mosquito will always be your favorite. Thanks. Which one is the mosquito? This one, right? The mosquito-like guy. So this one was inspired by macro photography, which is really fun. I didn't tell you guys, actually. I don't have a lot of time to practice with it, but recently because my dad does macro photography, and he had gotten himself like a whole new kit and everything like that. So he just sent me like all of his D 5200 series camera gear. And I'm just like, bro, this is like a beginner's dream. Like, I'm so excited. I've got like this whole bag of lenses to play with. I just don't have a whole bunch of time, but I kind of want to try experimenting with stuff like this, where I'm taking, like, I can take my own pictures and photo dash them onto my models and stuff like that. That would be really cool, but I just got to get better, like, with the camera. Lots of Monty pics too incoming. So yeah, and then this was the turnaround. I don't know, it doesn't really want to load, but yeah. All right, so put this back to ZBrush. How's Monty doing? Well, Monty is sleeping behind me as he normally does, right under the wheels of my chair. Yeah, see, there's something for everyone, right? Because some people, oh, the sky is a nice cotton candy pink. So tasty. I love that. I love when the clouds turn all red at sunset. But yeah, like, so the variety of like really cartoony things and then more serious things in my portfolio, I've got a split audience. Some people really only like the stylized, like the super stylized stuff, and then some people like the darker stuff, so it's like oh yeah, Pepe, 100%. I'm definitely gonna do that. I'll bring like a couple of LEDs as well, little LED lights to play around with lights. Oh, I really want to. I just don't have time right now. It's so annoying. I'm so excited. Like, when I received the camera, I like cried because I haven't felt so excited to learn something since the first time I picked up ZBrush. I know that sounds so cheesy, but like, genuinely, I was just like, oh my gosh, like, this is the same feeling I had years ago. I'm young again. I will. If anything, I'll put them sometimes on Twitter, sometimes in my Instagram story, but it won't be for a while because, again, busy. But I want to get good at photography. I really find it an amazing tool. Meow. So I'm thinking, yeah, this whole bit right here is going to be very like carapace, and I'll have to bring that down through here. I'll keep this pretty sharp, I think. These need to be chunkier though. What's really nice in Montreal when it turns fall time, and I know like pictures of like fall leaves and stuff is just like spammed everywhere, but it is really nice. It's like a really great time to take pictures, so I'm excited for all the leaves to start turning orange. No. Will this work like that? I don't know if it'll actually work like that. Oh yeah, it does. Okay. Let me try that again. Nah. I will do it the other way. Sorry, I'm just like, I know I didn't talk through this, but I'm trying to figure out the silhouette here. Twilight is the best time of day. Your dad tried to sell you on Dawn to wake up earlier, wasn't even close. Dude, yeah, like, when the, basically when the sun is just dipping down over the horizon, everything turns like an orange. That's that good. What color would you make your project that you're making right now? Oh dude, I don't even know. I decide colors when I'm sketching, I decide colors later. Alright, I see you, Jamal. Thanks so much for hanging out. Have a great evening. Derek, what's up? And Luke. Guys, okay, Derek and Luke, two amazing sculptors that you guys have to follow. Check out their streams. They also stream here on Pixologic. Really, really good. You have to go and check them. Derek just did recently a really cool anatomy piece. And Luke has been doing some really crazy, like the last one he did was a Bulbasaur, which was really, really cool. So definitely go and follow. Hey Sage, what's up? You're a beginner at ZBrush and you see you've got a lot of stretch polygons. What's part of the process? You deal with them later? Do you Dynamesh them or something like that? Yeah, I've just been Dynameshing all the stretchy stuff. I leave it really messy because I'm just sketching. So I don't really care if stuff is all stretchy and stuff like that. But if you wanted to take this to production, you would definitely want to Dynamesh and clean it up afterwards. So don't worry about the stretchy stuff if you got some stretchy stuff early on, but if you're doing it for production, you're gonna want to clean it up for sure. Links for Luke and Derek. Let's see if I can get the presenters. Get those for you. Because you guys probably don't even have the exclamation mark thing still, do you? Shame. Now I have to scroll through all of the presenters to find you. Where? There's so many. There's Derek. Now where's Luke? There's Luke. Okay, you guys are very close together. There we go. Here is Derek. And here is Luke. There you go. Go click. Go follow. How are you guys doing, by the way? It's been a while. I guess you've only ever seen me talking in your chat. We don't talk. It's always one-way conversation. Oh, shame. Such a shame. Shame. Okay. All right, let's make this cool and stuff. So my thought process with this is kind of like more pincers, more like just some like very like insect type stuff. See, the fun thing about like sword design, like fantasy sword design, is it can literally be whatever you want it to be. Like, it doesn't matter. You can get away with everything with a fantasy sword. And like the actually people will come in being like, that's not feasible. You'd be like, whatever, it's a sword, a fantasy sword. You can't get angry. You can't actually me because Pikachu exists. Backface masking is very good, and you should definitely use it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this bottom bit right here. I'm gonna try to get something like a little bit better of a transition, because I really don't like, it's kind of jarring the way that it is right now. I do want the spikes, but it's taking away from up here a little bit. I want it to feel more like it's just kind of part of it. So yeah, we could do something like that. There we go. Just feels a little bit better. You must be missing me so bad. When you left, you said that I don't deserve you, but I can see that you don't want to lose what we had. You guys can hear the music, right? I'm vibing. Pretzel Rocks has gotten so much better. All this stuff is stuff that I like would normally listen to. Like, heck yeah, Pretzel Rocks. If you had to UV wrap, this would be difficult to do because you use Substance Painter. Oh, UV unwrapping this? Nah, dude, you'd have to. I would recommend Z-remeshing and then reprojecting at higher sub Ds and then doing it that way, and then UV unwrap the Z-remeshed version. I wouldn't do it with this. Oh, and then IR Sculpts appears. Ian is also an amazing sculptor as well, and he also shares a lot of his sculpts with the audience. He's incredibly generous. He just gives things away. Like, you can literally print whatever he wants you to print. Like, it's amazing. You just like, so go follow Ian. IR Sculpts in chat. Exactly. Hey Lucy, I love designs where it's just like, because like I love scientifically like structurally sound designs just as much as I like sci-fi fantasy stuff in a way, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, because on one hand you can literally be like, whatever, it's magic. On the other hand, it's like, wow, that was really well designed. So No, I mean, some things ZBrush might break for you a couple of times, but for the most part, you get away with some pretty decent results. It doesn't have to be like super good topology either. It's just good enough that like the UV tools will function. That's kind of like my MO when it comes to concept stuff is it good enough to get away with it? Good, because I just need to do this fast. That's literally like how I look at everything. Like if it's like if the topology is butt, it doesn't matter because you're just doing concept right now. You can fix it at some other point. I don't care if the topology is butt. You know what I mean? You know? Make sense? Yeah, I have to like harmonize all of these, make them go up like a sawtooth. Sawtooth! Okay, and a little bit more of like a transition here from spike to not spike. Yeah, feels. I wonder if I should just do these and then kind of copy them around. Bling! Give me free Yoda, cause I... Yeah! True! You've done Star Wars stuff. It's very true. Oh, that's gonna be way too... Right, I forgot this is gonna be really high res. That'll be fine. See, okay. Here's a perfect example of how you can get the stretchy geometry to now look like fleshy bits, right? Look at this. Look. This is like an easy skin fold right here. And then you just kind of go over top of it and benefit from your entire art career being a button. What playlist on Pretzel? Question. What is this? I'm scared to click anywhere because it'll go off of this playlist. What playlist is this? How do I find out? Oh, it's Chill EDM. There you go. It's chill. It's the Chill EDM channel. Yeah, station. Chill EDM station. The Windows error sound actually gives you anxiety. Yeah. It was funny. I don't know whose stream it was, but it was so smart. Somebody used the Windows error, like, kind of thing, as their follow notification. And I was like, I literally, like, that's smart, but I can't watch you. I can't do it. Not while I'm working. Do the bevel brushes work on curved edges now? Yes, they fixed that. Yeah. They fixed something to do with the bevel brush, actually. I don't know if it was the cylinder thing exactly. Should go and look at the notes, though, for the, No, correction. I don't know if it does. I haven't tried it. I haven't tried it yet. I just got the update today, please. What am I sculpting? Is sword. Do sword. It is sword. 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 Did I stream when I make Sir Monty? No, I did not. I did that for the one of the betas for testing the dynamic clock sim, which is fun. The audio guys at work all have custom... Dude, that sounds amazing! Oh my god, that actually sounds amazing. Dude, oh, I want one where it's just like abnormal termination error, but it's just like the cowboy guy going, ah. I need that. All right, back to this. There really is a make art button in digital art. The traditionalists were right all along. It's true. It's not like you could actually ever take paint and throw it at a canvas and call that your style. No, it's not like that's a thing either. Shade. What is it? What is it? Them the Zoomers do? Just like I feel so old. Are those wings? Maybe. No, they're not. It's a sword hilt, but a very crunchy one. Because I know you all are gonna ask, that is the /2 brush, which you can get in the Lightbox menu. Yeah, Jackson Pollock. Oh my god. Throwing paint at a wall in VR. Dude, oh, that reminds me of this, like, I was playing Phasmophobia with my VR headset, and the only way that I could get through it without actually having a heart attack is I started making fun. Like, I was in, I think it was like the asylum level, and I was with friends, and I just started memeing that Jackson Pollock was the ghost because there was, like, I don't know, some painting or something like that. It just reminded me of that stupid, like, completely irrelevant to everything, but ooh, and then I can put, oh my god, I'm gonna put eyeballs everywhere. Fun fact also, if you're like copying tools around, if you didn't know this, if you're in the gizmo tool and like, so I have auto groups up here, right? You can get, okay, let me start from the beginning. Oh my gosh, I need to actually go into tutorial mode. If you go down into your polygroup menu, which is in the tool main menu, and then into the sub menu polygroups right here, you can do group auto groups. So essentially that's going to take any mesh that is separate from another mesh within the same subtool and create a different polygroup, which you can see is visualized by the different colors. Not very well right now because it keeps doing either cool or hot color. Frig. Anyways, they're different groups, right? So if you have a whole bunch of those and you wanted to duplicate stuff around and you have grouped them or whatever, you can actually, with the gizmo, hold control and then click on one of them and it'll just like select it automatically. You don't have to go through and like mask stuff or whatever. As long as you have them in group, control and click with the gizmo will select it within the same subtool. Very useful and very efficient for the messy people out there like me. Get used to doing that. All right, and right here I was gonna make it like an eyeball that's like bloody and stuff, just because I can. Okay, let's quickly. Ooh, right. No, we want lower resolution than that. There we go. Time is, oh yeah, okay. Half an hour and then break time. Oh my god, look, it just made a little skull. Isn't that funny? Oh, I just inflated it, and then there was like a little... Alright, I'll see you, Bobbles. Have a good night. I will say... here, Monty. Bobbles says hi. Sorry, he didn't even wake up for it. What are we making tonight? A sword. A sword. But a living bug sword. I don't actually want the skull there, though. We're gonna have to do that. A bit of it. No, I need to mirror and weld this. No, other way. There we go. I'm actually going to get these holes to be a little bit bigger. Give it like a little bit of like a more of a divot. Thank you, Frank. Appreciate it. I want to maintain the angularity, so I'm going to keep making sure that we get those AccuCurve with the snake hook tool for sure. Expand it. I'm saving. Every time you hear the bling, it's a save. Because I keep overwriting the last thing. Because I don't care about iterations when it comes to these things. If I'm working for a client though, believe me, those iterations, oh. It'll always be save as rather than save. You know what I mean? Build process running scares you every time. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. No, it's me. I'll make sure to go, but every time, so you know it's not you. When you're making like, I guess like holes that like got punctured or something, being conservative about the puncture point is difficult, but it's very like important to make it feel like something is going deep in and very specifically. You know, a lot of the time it's like it's hard to be very conservative about these things. Like, as you can see, I keep wanting to make the puncture point larger. It's better to just keep it nice and small. Oh, I don't even have the other. Let's get. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Tart. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, this one I guess I can like mirror in a little bit too. And this one, give it Dynamesh again. Yeah, I can work with that, I think. I'm gonna give this like a little bit more. It's like anytime you see the Swiss cheesing happen when it's not like the error or whatever, it just means that your mesh could use just a little bit more inflation. If you're working this way anyways, when you're Dynameshing. Oh, me. Ugh. I'm gonna increase the intensity of inflate. I really like working that way. It's just kind of taking inflate and just letting it be extreme, and then creating little like tube-like structures everywhere. Very satisfying. Does the update have anything new or just bug fixes? I think it's just like bug fixes. But like, it's more stable, right? So might as well. You could always check the notes of release though, because like I didn't read the notes yet. So maybe there's something else. But just check the notes. Kind of like thinking of like insect legs all like intertwined together here. Can you do a little more stretchy on the holes? What, down here? Like make them even longer? I could, but that would imply that it kind of had like something like this was happening. But I don't want that. I want this to be like an eyeball and then like I'll have like blood dripping from it. Yes, blood. These guys right here could probably be bigger. Still playing with proportions. Maybe longer by a bit. Just like really let it be a chunky monkey. Maybe like even skinnier here. Yeah, like a spiked centipede or something. Could probably play around with like actually making like an insect leg too. Let's grab this. Like cloth brush and inflate holes? Wait, what? Oh, are you talking about the fixes? Or did I miss that? The reason why I like working so low poly like this is you can get like, it's so easy to get like really strong angular silhouettes of things because you're so limited. So I just like pull and stretch as much as I can within like the limits that I have. Usually ends up with a pretty cool design. At least something passable anyways. Here we go. Now we have an insect leg. I will duplicate that, just in case I want to like use it again. All right. Oh, I should have it. Yes. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna get rid of these. Here. Yeah, that cleans it up a lot. And then I'll do more of like a carapace like that. Hey Gold! What's up? What am I making? A sword. I converted you to use Snake Hook and AccuCurve a lot more. Yeah, it's like there's no strings attached. You can just pull for as long as you want to pull for. It's the best. if I want to like simplify that too. Nah, I like the spikes. I'll do something more with them though. Here, I'll probably... Thanks, Lily, for being here. Glad it helps. Yes, the crunchy cult. Honestly, like, it's so much fun to use Snakehook. Anybody who says otherwise, you just haven't tried it enough. Once you go Snakehook, you don't go back. Actually, you know what? I just thought, like, because some people were asking, right, earlier, what's like a good thing to, what would be a good thing to sculpt when you first start out? And I'm thinking, why not just do like a crazy sword like this right off the bat? You learn your brushes, you have fun with it, you know? Could be an idea. Yeah, Mustafar, I have. Am I gonna be in the Sculpt Off this year? Oh, I still haven't registered for it, 'cause I don't... Would it be annoying if I participated again? I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know if it would be annoying if I do that. Used to be in September, but it got moved to the end of October. Yeah, I like that it's for time. Hopefully it won't be as busy. Alright, I'll see you, Derek. Thank you so much for hanging out. And again, if you guys don't know Derek, you should definitely go and follow. Yeah, check out his streams. He's a really good sculptor. I might win a print. Or, okay, not saying that I would win anything, right? Not saying that at all. Maybe I'll just like be extra slow this year. But how annoying would it be if I end up getting like 3rd place or something, right? Which is no guarantee, but what if it did happen and that was a tablet again? People would be angry, right? Like, I don't want to make anybody mad. I don't know. See, I want to do that too, Ian. Like, I want to do that too. I'm just worried that on the off chance it happens again, that I'll make people angry. And so I'm just like, do I do it? I don't know, because it's really fun. I don't know. I think too much. I'm sure this year there's gonna be like a whole bunch of you that are like really crazy good. Competitive as heck. Can you show how to do glossy eyes again? Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Why not? Because I'm gonna do an eyeball at the bottom anyways. I'm just assuming that there would be like a small chance that I would even get close to those prizes again. Dude, I hurt my shoulder really bad, so I don't know about the 4 hours. Or the 3 hours, rather. If anyone wants to see me sculpt, oh, yeah. Actually, though, because I'm going to forget. I'm gonna keep forgetting, and then it'll be like a day before, and I'll be like, well, whatever. Oh, right, Frank, sorry. We were gonna do the eyeball thing there. So you can do like a good way to do it is grab grab toy plastic. I like this one because it gives like that one hit of light. Center right there. And then you can essentially just fill the object with I don't know, I like doing like something darker at first. And then you grab your paintbrush. I'm gonna switch back over to the matte gray. Wait, no, actually, back over here. Gotta fill the object. Make sure that your M is selected for the material. Fill object, and go back to RGB for your paintbrush. select your other texture again so you can see what's up, and then just sort of start kind of doing a little bit of like highlight action right here, right? Monty does it sculpting, yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Honestly, I should probably tell everybody, if you don't know what the sculpt off is, definitely click the link that Ian put down in the chat. It's open to everybody this year online, just like last year. And essentially, it's you sculpt for 3 hours based on a theme that they'll give you like a week before. So you have like a week to prepare in your head what you're gonna do in vanilla ZBrush. So you're not allowed to like bring in base meshes or anything like that. You have to create an image from start to finish in 3 hours based on the theme that you're given. It's a lot of fun. It's stressful, but it's good fun. And last year, actually, did I show it? Did I show you guys what I did last year for the sculpt off? It's on my channel, on my Twitch channel. Should I just like bring it? Maybe it's here. Probably not here. I guess I can just bring it up on my thing, show you guys. My channel. Alright, so this is essentially what the sculpt off ends up looking like from, like, at least my perspective, right? This was from my perspective. So you start and you just like go from zero. So I started from like a sphere, and then I keep going and going and going, you know, just making an image in the 3 hours. If you wanted to see it, this is muted because I didn't want to have these like problems with copyright music or anything. And so then you end up rendering it everything in ZBrush at the final and submitting a final image. And this is what I ended up submitting here for the sculpt off last year. So that was really fun, very stressful. And my my arm was messed up as hell last year too. I was going through physio, or I was just about to sign up for physio because I had tore a muscle in my shoulder, in the shoulder, and I was doing that while I was like in pain. I just remember that. That was, so I was thinking about that this year as well. Like the theme was steampunk. Yeah, it was steampunk. Right. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna do it kind of like a little bit more like goat eye, like that idea. Dude, I love goat eyes. Goat eyes are actually the best. Out of context, this looks kind of messed up. It's even in context, it's a little messed up, but... Oh, I just realized I should probably take a break. But yeah, that's the eyeball. Might use them Dynamesh to sculpt on. Yeah. Sculpting with Dynamesh. Okay, ready? I'm gonna do the Windows error sound. Nobody get scared. Okay, great. Okay, I'm gonna take a break real quick. So go and get your stretches in while I take this break, and then I'll come back and show you Monty, and we'll finish with the rest of the stream, which is like another hour and a half. Yeah? Good? Gucci gang? Good? Alright. Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Less, maybe. Alright? I just need to go to the bathroom and get a drink. Okay? Oh. Get your stretches in. Where is the BRB text? Alright, I'll be back.
the time, let you know to come home.
You guys see this? What's up? You wanna come up? Yeah, you wanna come up? You wanna come say hi so bad? Yeah, you. Because you know that you have your favorite cookies here. Yeah. Let me pick you up. Let me pick you up. Here we go. Here he is. He knows what time it is, but also he's got these like artisanal treats. They're little like cookies, peanut butter cookies that are for like dogs specifically. And it's funny because like, yes, you want this. I know. It's like, please. But he I'll give it to you. I will. But he was like sulking a little bit. Yeah. He was sulking a little bit because I wasn't giving him a lot of attention while I was making the tea and stuff, so he went into the corner and just like laid down and he was just like looking. Because like corgis do this like disapproval thing. He kind of like was doing that from across the room, and then I was like, so I'm just gonna go and grab one of these cookies here. And he completely stopped being depressed, like immediately. He was just like, oh, actually, like I'm pretty happy now. So here you want this? Can I get it? Can I get a boop? Yes. Can I get a boop over here? Very good. And a boop here? No. Yeah. Yeah. Touch. Touch it. Come on. We can do it. Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Yeah. Good boy. Here you go. Here you go. Yummy. 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 Yay! You got it. I'm good. How are you, Sergio? Yes, he's a good boy. Oh, you only get one. You're gonna be fat if I give you more. Get one. He's a chunk. Alright, I'm gonna go and sculpt again. Yeah, it was Monty time. You're on the ground? Are you gonna eat your dinner? I mean, you're just gonna wait for cookies, aren't you? Yeah. Spoiled. It's spoiled. Back to sculpting. It's spoiled. You're spoiled. Okay. Oh. Mildly allergic to him too, so now I am itchy. Oh, and another thing I did recently with Monty, which was great, because he is kind of like scared of crowded places and people and things like that. Like he's very like nervous about that. Took him to an ice cream place that has like dog cookies and like dog ice cream cookies. So he was able to like I was able to sit in a crowded place with him while he was like viciously destroying his ice cream cookie. He was nervous, but he was eating, so that means that like he was still good enough. So I was proud of him. He did it. He did a crowd. Being allergic to my yeah, it's a curse. But I love him. Now I'm itchy. He is. He's a good boy. But he is a very nervous boy as well. He's scared of a lot of things. Which is why that was like such a big deal to me, being able to like sit outside of an ice cream place with him eating a treat there and not like completely shutting down in panic. That was good. Yeah, he's a pretty boy. He's a good boy. He's a nervous boy. Like, some people would think that this is a good thing, like, oh, he's a good guard dog or whatever, but he's not. Like, God help me if anybody comes over, because then he's just barking and being nervous, like, just barking. And I tell people, like, because a lot of it comes from, like, he's not good at social things, so I'm like, hey, can you just not pay attention to the dog even though he's barking like crazy at you, like angrily? Like, just don't pay attention to him and like throw treats on the ground occasionally. But still, like, he's so afraid. Like, no one's even done anything to him that's bad. He's just anxious and always has been. No worries, Frank. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, I feel like we can all relate to Monty at some level. Yeah, Lizard. It's getting poked. Your puppy is aggressive. She always wants attention. She's such a love. She's love attention. She's like aggressive and like I need your attention right now. It's cute. Thinking of the silhouette here. Grab this bit. Just kind of inflate it, pull it around a little bit. Never be afraid to just like mask things off and then just pull them to create new shapes. You don't always have to struggle and fight your sculpt. You can literally just mask and pull and fix it that way in big fell swoops. In fact, I really recommend doing it that way. It's like bugs. Like it's got like carapacey things all over it. I'll hone into the design a little bit more for sure, just to make sure that that sells a little bit better. See, I could probably use like a VDM for this, but it's fun to do it this way too. Screw it. Did you ask? What do you want to ask? Hey, Jamaica! How's it this time of year? The storm's bugging you? How do you control or manage the dirty mesh? If it's at a high resolution, it doesn't really matter. You just kind of keep dynameshing things. If an area is too thin, then all you need to do is do a little bit of an inflate on it, and you can get away with a lot of stuff, believe me. And if it's too dirty that when you dynamesh you get like Swiss cheese errors, then you can just like quickly fix up any like crazy errors down in the geometry tab under the tool palette in mesh integrity, and then you just click fix mesh, and then you're good. You're good. Like I'm not gonna lie, for real. Like, you know how I said earlier I was like really like stressed out today? For real, I feel like 10,000 times better. 10,000 times better now that I'm streaming. It's such a bizarre thing. And like I think I can highly recommend that if you need like a break from like work stuff, but like you're kind of like, I don't know if like I can just kind of keep sculpting though. Like try it while you stream. For maybe it won't work for everybody, for me it's just like revitalizing as heck. Like it really helps me out. Fix mess sometimes a tricky thing. Better manual when low poly or hard surface. Yeah, if you're doing something that has like a clean mesh and then you click fix mesh, it's going to get rid of things that you don't want it to. I say use fix mesh for things like what I'm doing specifically. Have I used interpolate on this yet? Yeah, I like using, not on this particular thing, but I like using interpolate specifically for things like this. Here, I'll show you. But where, oh my god, I always forget that it's called Curve Tubes. Hello. Like, this specifically is what I like using interpolate. And then you go stroke, interpolate. Wait, it'll do more. Huh. Oh, it's because I have, right, it's because it was interpolating from Z as well. My bad. But here. And then that, and interpolate. Huh? Word. Usually it works. Might just because of my symmetry? Question mark? Oh yeah, there. Now it's working. Yeah. Let's try it maybe on a different piece. Maybe I'm just remembering this weird. Yeah, I think I'm not doing it right. All right. Before I screw it up even more. That's usually how I like to do it, and then I make like interesting fan shapes and things like that. But in terms of organic stuff, I still really like doing everything by hand. Thanks, Frank. Am I gonna color it as well? Let's see if I have time. If I'm feeling it. Yeah, I like this kind of music for working too. It's really chill. Some people would be like, oh, it's just like a soy boy music or whatever. What? Everybody needs a little F-boy in their life, you know? What manner of monstrosity are we looking at? A sword. It's like a sword. A, like, insecty alien type sword. Yeah. Like what are they calling like F-boys now? Like himbos? Like what is it, like a bimbo? A bimbo for a girl, right? Which is derogatory. And then they're starting to say himbo. So stupid. The internet, man. We're in a weird place. Thank you, Lizard. That cursed plane of existence called TikTok. It's literally a playground. It's just like kids everywhere. I kind of love it though. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's so easy to just like hate what the kids are doing. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like, what kind of stupid crap did we do when we were really young? Like, I did a lot of stupid stuff, right? But it's all in like, it's part of youth as well, so you just look at it with that lens and all of a sudden it becomes kind of great. Like, you like imagine you're a kid and like you're doing stuff like what you see, you're just like, oh my god, you guys are gonna grow up and cringe so hard at this. Coming up with stupid stuff. Yeah, well, I don't like grouping things like that, Grim, personally, just because like it's like putting like labels on like it just makes me tired. Like I physically just get tired thinking of like labeling groups of people like that and just being like, this is what you do and this is your fault or whatever. It's like everything is always way more complicated and nuanced than that just like thinking about it, my brain starts thinking of every single thing that it could be otherwise, and I'm like, I can't deal with that. You're a student in game design, your 3D teacher shows us your work, and now I'm completely in love with— oh, yeah. Oh wow, I sounded like such a buff. No, seriously, thank you, Anguish. I really appreciate— Anguishy. Sorry, I don't know why I called you Anguish. I'm so sorry. That's great. That's awesome. Keep in mind, though, right? I'm sure your teacher has said this as well, that when you're working the way that I do, it's very much a sketch type way of working. If you wanted to make this production ready, do as you would in your class. But it's good to play around and sketch like this for sure, because it keeps the mind fresh, it keeps your passion fresh as well. It's very important as an artist to do stuff that you like to do, not just stuff that you're told to do. Your job, you know, you're told to do things, and you can like what you're told to do, and you should aim towards a job where you're doing things that you like what you're told to do. But at the end of the day, if you're got some authoritarian problems like I do, then you're gonna want to really be doing your own thing a lot of the time as well, and it's good for your it's good for the artistic soul, really. That's what it is. For my sketches that gets approved for production, do you pretty much rebuild it to a reusable mesh, or the existing mesh is pretty much good to work off? So usually the mesh that I hand off at the end, it's not rebuilt, but it's clean enough for retopology, right? Because when I'm working for production, it doesn't always really look like this unless it's super early concept. If it's going to be used in production, if they haven't, like, let's say for really thin pieces of geo and things like that, if you know, in one of our design meetings, it's said that these things are going to be cards or whatever, then I won't bother refining it, because they're just going to be, you know, doing it with cards or giving it a groom or whatever, right? Or making it VFX even. So in that case, like, I won't even bother touching it. But for everything else, I make sure that it's not like, it doesn't have like holes in the mesh. It's not like, you know, always double check, like if you click double, right, does anything like new parts of your mesh show up where you've been using the inflate tool and things are backwards? Because if you take a mesh that's been decimated and bring it into Maya, are you gonna give the modelers a hard time with that because all of a sudden there's like inverted faces, you know, and stuff like that, where quad draw won't go on top of it very well? So it's just stuff like that where I'm like, okay, are the retopology artists going to have a hard time with this? Like, it's sort of, it's like that. And it really depends on like what production I'm working for. There are productions where I am also the modeler, but lately I have just been designing, which is really crazy. I'm more in the art department now rather than the asset department. So yeah, I have a heart for the people down the pipeline. You know, a lot of the time I'm told by producers, you know, or you know, my project manager or whatever, just get it approved, which is totally true. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm gonna try, hopefully, not to like give them an absolute mess of a thing. Like, I recognize that a lot of the stuff will be somewhat messy because of time, but it's not gonna be like unusable, right? You can't be given unusable meshes. That like, because I've been there. I've been in the cleanup stage before as well, and it's you know. But again, it just like, it really just depends on the it depends on the project. Sometimes like I'll do sculpts, but they're just gonna rebuild it anyways, right? Like totally rebuild it. So I'll give them my sculpt, but a lot of the time, like, they might not even use the sculpt, they just use it as like design reference, right? Like, it's literally just that. Like, they could model off of it for sure, but most of the time it's sort of like the same thing as like think of it like literally like I'm like designing, you know? What would you suggest for learning how to make things for production? There's a lot of tutorials about how to do things for the game pipeline or for film pipeline, right? And there's a lot of streamers on here specifically that walk through that process as well. A lot more technical. Ian, for example, IR Sculpts was in here earlier. What he does is he will show you how to do 3D printing stuff. There's quite a few people on here that will walk you through 3D printing and what you need to do in order to make things for toy production, etc. Terms of tutorials for game production, like serious ones, Flip Normals, I know, have people that do that. If you're on ArtStation Pro, I think there's like I think there might be like a couple of pipeline lectures or something like that, but a lot of this stuff, if you don't want to pay any money, you can literally Google on YouTube or go on YouTube, right? You just need to know what you need to look for. So keywords would be pipelines, right? So character art pipeline, environment art pipeline, and then you could also put into that search term like for games, for film, etc. And then look for good quality stuff, so they'll be giving you good advice essentially, you know? Like don't always like go off of the one where it's just like some random video with like Bandicam and it's like crackly voice and the work is kind of like I'm sure they have like a couple of tips to show you, but if you want to go through like the actual whole pipeline, oh, Jay Hill is a really good one. He can show you literally on YouTube. He's been doing the YouTube thing. Danny Mac goes through an entire pipeline as well. These are two very clean artists. So Danny Mac is stylized. Jay Hill is he's a lot more on the realistic side. So you can check them out. When I get time, I really need to make a document where I just like outline everything when people ask these questions, because it's so hard for me to remember everything off the top of my head, but hopefully that helps. That eye tutorial is the best. That is the best ZBrush tutorial in my opinion. I love that eye tutorial by Jay Hill. That one was one of the first ones that I've ever seen. One of the first ones when I was learning how to do keyshot. I saw that eye tutorial and I was like, hell yeah, look how sick I am. And I made eyes. Yeah, Jay Hill's eye tutorial. Sick, dude. It's like the best. I love it. Does this happen to me a lot? I feel like you sent some wonky, ultra detailed stuff that people were looking at and putting their hand on their head like sheesh. Wait, I feel like I've sent some wonky, ultra detailed stuff that people were looking at and putting their hand on their head like sheesh. What do you mean by that? I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm trying to my brain's like, I don't understand. Like, do you mean for work? Like I've sent off like wonky sculpts and people were like, what the hell am I working off of? Or do you mean something else? Because like if it's for work, the only thing that's sent off is if it's approved by multiple leads, you know, and etc. Like in the design process, it's not like I will sculpt something and then like I'll just go full diva and be like, deal with it. Like it's not like that, right? You're literally, you get notes on things like, is it the right direction? Do we need to do something else? So there's always a very like multiple iterative process, especially for hero characters. It's never like, oh, here's like the pitch and then I just do something on the first try and all of a sudden it's like, that's it, that's going in. Like it's, dude, you have like, they either have to be on an incredibly tight budget or like the head person is just like, oh my god, I hired a savant. Like there's no because like the iterative process for design is not just about it being a good design, but people want to put their touch on it, right? Like even if something is solid, people on the team will want to have an input, right? It's just the way that it is. And so you're always going to be doing multiple iterations. The first pass is never the final pass. That's awesome, Baker. That's so awesome to hear. I am happy to help as much as I can. hand with like the masking. If you're doing it like this and then you see any kind of like interesting shape that you want to pull out, then you can always just kind of go and mask it like so. Make sure that you get the back area. Now, let's refine that a little bit more. Wow, isn't this weird? Do you ever hear a song and you immediately like think of a time in your life? Like, I don't even think this song was out during that time, but this like brought back memories of like waiting in the snow by the bus stop while I was in college with my friends from the 3D group that we made, going on the 3D group, like, because like the school would give us like $250 a month or something for our club expenses, which is why we even made the club in the first place. A wink, wink, wink. And so we had a 3D club and we went to see Star Wars as research. So we used the club, the school's club money to go and see Star Wars. This song made me immediately remember that memory and waiting out in the freezing cold at the bus stop to go and see Star Wars at like the opening night, like midnight showing. Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know why this song reminded me of that. Does that ever happen to you? So weird. That was a good memory though. Even though I'm not like a huge Star Wars fan, that was great. Remember, like, we went to go and get Korean barbecue as well afterwards. Yeah. Or no, it was before because we saw the damn movie at midnight. You're sharing your art of the night, a blaster phone with D batteries? Wait, what? Where did you share that? Or did you send, you sent that, like, on Instagram or something? Yeah, I don't eat KBBB barbecue anymore, but if there was ever a way to, like, get, like, sustainable meat in my area, then I would, because Korean barbecue is so good. I do Korean fried like tofu and like Korean fried like jackfruit and stuff like that, which is like really good as well. But yeah, it's I do miss like the whole like barbecue thing, but at the same time it's like the morals, man, the morals get in my way. Oh well. Sure, in our lifetime though, like the whole the clean meat industry is gonna be a thing. 100%, it's gonna be a thing. Clean meat being like they're already like in a sense like growing just meat and it's working like with fat and everything like that, including fish. Like that's the thing that's happening. That's cool. The ZBrush exercise of the night. Oh, got you. Fair. Yeah, I know. Oddly specific memories. It's so weird. The chicken one? What's that called? Like Korean fried chicken? Or are you talking about something else? Like the clean chicken meat or something? Do I re-apologize my work afterwards? Like in ZBrush or Maya? For texturing and rigging? You're learning stream, you're new to the stream. Okay, so in my stream, so basically, hi, welcome to the stream. I'm more or less a concept sculptor, sketch artist, designer, you know. So I started as a character artist, so that is what I would do, is I would bring my sculpts, which used to be a lot cleaner, into Maya. I shouldn't say used to be cleaner, but I used to be a lot more precious about what I did. Now I'm not as precious because I know that I can fix a lot of this stuff if I need to, right? The idea is to just get the look down. So if I wanted to retopologize anything, I would fix this mesh and then I would bring it to Maya for retopology. But most of the time, this stuff isn't going to be used for anything other than just a design purpose, right? Like just like illustration or whatever. So that's not usually my workflow with these kinds of sketches, but if I like something enough, then some things require rebuilding just so it's easier to do it in Maya. But the idea is that I am sketching in 3D. It doesn't need to be the final, but because it's fast enough for me that I can literally concept and design in 3D without having to do the drawing and stuff. So I can base another sculpt or parts of that sculpt on the design that I already did, but make it like viable for retopology. You know what I mean? Thanks, Sergio. Working in Montreal studio needs you can speak French. No, if you're working in a Montreal studio, usually the rule of thumb is if one person on the team in a meeting is speaking, like, can only speak English or their French is not very good, then everybody should be speaking that language so that everybody gets the gist of it, unless that person is like a-okay with somebody else, like, you know, giving them notes or whatever. But that's usually how it goes. So it's not really that big of a deal. Also, a lot of the Montreal studios, from what I heard, they offer complimentary French classes as well, so you can at least like learn the basics, you know, so you're not like a complete like fish floundering in the water. It's very hard to learn Quebec French, in my opinion. I'm still struggling with it, but you know, just knowing the basics helps a little bit. But people speak English here, so don't worry. Especially the games and film industry, it's very transitory. Like, people are coming in and out of Montreal all the time. They don't, like, a lot of people who are working in the industry, like, they don't stay. They like come go. So like you don't need to worry too much about that. It's just like if you wanted to, like, if you were gonna come and work in a Montreal studio in Montreal and then you wanted to go like even an hour outside of the city, like, people are gonna be very, very French, like very French. So it's a little bit harder to navigate if you're not very good or you don't have friends who can kind of do some translation for you. No, I'm not American. I am Canadian. I've been in Canada my whole life. I'm from Ontario, so Toronto. Which is why I'm like, yeah, so like everything's very transitionary. You're gonna move around a lot in this industry. It's the way that it is. Which is also part of the reason why I went freelance. Not just because like I also really like being like my own like boss and not having to like go into a studio and stuff, but also because Eric's also in this industry. So you can imagine if we're both in this industry, we both keep getting new jobs, then there would be a lot of like different directions, right? The industry it's just the way that it happens, right? Both film and games, they pull people apart and bring people together in different areas. So being freelance, I can literally just be like, okay, we're going somewhere else now. We have the possibility of going somewhere else. It's fine. Like, nothing's changing. So Yeah, 3D concept work is a lot of fun, and the benefit of it, right? Like there's pluses and minuses. It depends on who you're working with, right? But the benefit to it is that you get approvals and iterations a lot faster. The difference is that it's a little bit slower if you need like a lot of really quick sketches before something even starts. Like, you know, let's say they just want like a ton of silhouettes and they need it by tomorrow. Obviously, if you were going to sketch that, it would be faster. Like on paper, it would just be a lot faster, right? And you would be able to get them pages of sketches the next day. Whereas if you're gonna do it sculpting, you could probably get them a lot, but it would be less than that of sketching on paper. But then if you have something solid enough with a sketch, you could go immediately into 3D to get that absolutely nailed down and then into production a lot faster than if you were to tell the 2D artist to sit there rendering over and over and over again different pieces until it gets approved, and then you don't even know if in 3D it translates well, right? So you completely skip an entire step of the design process by just concepting in 3D, right? So those are the pluses and minuses to it, and that's why my job even exists in the first place. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fun, Lizard. If you don't have the money, though, they do like a subscription basis thing so that you can see if you even like it. Like you can, like I know you probably already have like ZBrush, like a smaller version, but if you wanted to like try out the full version, there's obviously like a 30-day free trial, and then you know, you wanted to try it even longer, you can do like a subscription based thing, so you don't like it's like for like a month or whatever. But ZBrush is like one of those things, like one of the few programs, CG programs, where I was just like, I do not feel bad about buying this at all. And it's great too, because like out of all of the support people that I've ever talked to, the Pixologic support team is honestly some of the best. Like they're great from my experience. So like if you have issues too, like, and their forum, like the devs reply to you very quickly on the forums. It's great. It's a good company, Pixologic. I endorse, which is why I'm here. Yeah, Angelus, it's pretty close up there for me too. Yeah, I haven't used Maya for a little bit now, but yes, I do use Maya. Do I have any tips for affording Maya? Oh boy. So, your student license expired. Yeah, I know, that's tricky. So there's a hidden indie license. I know, they hide it from you. You can get an indie license. You're eligible for the indie license for Maya if you make under $100,000 a year as a freelance artist, or if you're not working for any studio or project that's going to be making more than $100,000 on their project. So an indie license essentially is just there for like hobbyists and people that are freelancing that aren't making a lot of money. They're making just like a living, right? So the indie license is $250 for a year, I think, which is way more affordable. Yeah, there's my LT, but I usually don't recommend my LT because it's so stripped down. There is an indie license though for the full version of Maya, and also Maya LT. It doesn't. It's not compatible with the other, like the bigger version of Maya, like the full version. It's very annoying, I know. So like if you do end up working for a studio, and you're using Maya LT, and then you send them the Maya file from LT, like it's not compatible. So yeah, India's same as normal Maya, but there is like you can only have it if you fit the eligibility criteria, and it's hidden too. Like good luck trying to find it on their website. But the indie license does exist. Do I do mentoring of ZBrush or tutoring of private lessons of any kind? No, unfortunately, I just don't have the time for it. Like I wish that I did. I just don't, you know? The capitalist grind, baby. I make that dough. It sucks. Maybe in the next couple of years things will slow down. I don't know. I'm sorry, but feel free to ask any questions in DMs or whatever, and I'll get to you as soon as I possibly can. Do I have an Instagram? Yes. All my socials are right here. Whoop, right here. Right, there we go. A workshop or a tutorial, yeah, but people underestimate how much effort that requires. There's a lot of time that goes into making tutorials and workshops. So again, if I had the time. Yeah, you found it with Google? Okay, perfect, Liz, perfect. Yeah, they hide it on their website though, so if you're looking on their website, that's where I'm like, good luck. Do I do retopology in my job or just the models with tons of polygons you asked for? So yeah, I mentioned this earlier. I won't keep repeating, but yeah, I'm just like a concept sculptor / designer, so I don't do retopology most of the time. Sometimes I do if they need me to. I earn $0 right now from the 3D this month. Yeah, then you're fine. Like, you can have Maya Indie. Where do I work? Multiple places, because I'm freelance, so I have multiple contracts going at any given time. I split my time a lot of the time. I can't mention a lot of the projects that I'm on right now, or have been recently, but I can mention one of the things that I'm doing a few sculpts for, which is Magic the Gathering animated series, which is really, really neat. It's a fun style. I can't really talk about it, obviously, but I can say that because it's been announced, so that's cool. Most of the stuff that I do, like, just you'll never know, right? You'll never know, but that one I can talk about because they actually mentioned it. Yeah, so I'm a sculpt artist for that. Character designer, what have you. I guess I can just leave it as that. My indie costs about as much as Substance Painter, so it's a bit, but not overwhelming. Yeah, it's not the worst thing. Could be worse. It just like it's an absolute drag if you're not eligible, and I know that like the argument is, yeah, but then you're making so much money. Like, no, dude. It's still outrageously priced. Like if you're making like enough money to not be eligible for the Maya license, the indie license, meaning you make more than 100K a year or 100K flat, right? You're like, oh, that's a lot of money. Okay, but then why? Tell me why Maya is trying to take yearly. If you need a yearly subscription to Maya full license, why are they trying to take 1/10 of your income after taxes? I don't know, man. Spicy. So. Yeah, that's what everybody says, Sanjay. And you know what? For that case, I agree. Unless you're sculpting, in which case use ZBrush. Yeah, and then if you're not eligible for the indie license, but you're working for a studio, then ask them for a floating license. You know, that's what I do. Is like if I have to use Maya for a studio job, I will ask if they have a floating license because. Ratatouille, do not start me on the token BS. You know what? I was fuming. I was like laughing, but also angry, like angry laughing at the token thing. Just all day, the day that I saw that was, and I was just, you could go on my Twitter, you could see me like, I was like, come on. Come on. It's just the sword. I just started it, this stream. I've honestly been talking most of the stream. It's a very simple thing to do if you really think about it, because it's symmetrical, it's just pulling and pushing things. But, thanks, Antonio, I appreciate it. Honestly, I thought that at the first time too, Angelus, but no, it's not. It's, they're called it's like flex coins. And this is the last that I'll talk about, like, Maya too, because this is a ZBrush stream. ZBrush is great. We love Pixologic and ZBrush, don't we, guys? But yeah, it's called flex coins. Essentially, you can buy a minimum of 500 coins at a time, and you need 6 coins to use Maya a day. The minimum of 500 coins is around $1,800, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, something ridiculous like that. So that comes down to around $20 per day of Maya usage. Plus, if you're working for a tiny studio that's using flex coins, they will assign you, right? Think of this. They'll assign you the flex coins that you need to get your project done, and they'll be like, Hey Billy, you've got 12 coins. Make them count. We'll know when you're logged in. We'll know. 12 coins, Billy. Bruh. Hey Sage, you watched and listened to at least. Oh wow. Wow, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. I'm glad I can help you. It's good to talk. Glad to have you here. I know, sick. Sick, dope, sick, flex coin, sick. Sick, I love it, sick. Yeah, Andre, it's, you go on my Twitter, I tweeted here, right here. You can find the tweet here. Actually, I'll just link you, and then you can decide if you like it or not. In my opinion, absolutely BS. Absolutely BS, but you know, some people might think it's awesome. I do not. Here, enjoy. Remember how annoying it was to be called into a supervisor's office because of some time card irregularity? It's only gonna make that. Yeah, it's like. It's like, how do we micromanage artists that are now work from home, right? Because like, if you were in studio, you could have had like, you know, you might have been on a team where things were very like, hey, you know, we're looking at your hours. Are you going to do overtime? All of this kind of stuff, and being very on top of you, rather than just trusting your adult employees to be adults about it. You know, just being very micromanagey. There are people like that. And now we're all work from home, right? Because of the Rona. So how can we micromanage them at home? That's all I'm thinking. I can't get past that cynical thought. Good vibes. Yeah, sorry I'm complaining. Sorry. That's enough of that. I know, right? It's like cringe as hell. And it's funny too, because like somebody was Rye in the replies of my tweet was making that joke of like it's just gonna be like a gotcha system to unlock features for Maya. Can you imagine using your tokens, like spending like your paycheck on tokens? Like, bro, like I can't wait to get like freeze transforms, bro. It's a legendary drop. Like that's not happening, but it's a funny joke. Funny joke. All right. Man, I really haven't. Okay. What am I gonna do? Oh yeah, I wanted to make like blood. You're playing Genshin. Nice. Oh wait, no, let's not do floor. Where's no floor right now. Go. You know what? Hold on. Give it shit. Okay. Dynamics. It's maybe I'm just gonna play with this and see, otherwise like I'll just do it the way that I normally do. And I like to play around with the simulation to see if I can get anything interesting. And give it more gravity. Yeah. I like to just sculpt it. I like to just sculpt these things, but it's fun sometimes to play around with the dynamics, see if you can get anything interesting. Personally, I like to sculpt it. You're just an elitist that way. Alright, what are you guys talking about? What about topology? What, like of this? Nah, we're not gonna retopologize it. It's just gonna be a sculpt. Like a sketch. Still don't know how we went from 0 to this awesome honestly, it's probably because all I'm doing is talking. So I'm sorry. I was hoping for the dope sheet, but I guess you can't be mad at this legendary Maya theme you got. It's oh no! Oh no! Imagine trying to animate without a dope sheet. Oh, I could never. What do you think, Lizard? Do you think I do? Do you think I was heartbroken by the Danny controversy? And now I'm just accepting it because it's just like, but for Game Grumps though. Yeah, I feel you guys. Thank you, Andre. I really appreciate it. Yeah, ZBrush simulations. Oh my god, guys, if you don't know about the dynamics menu, play around with it. It's fun. Don't go too crazy though. Do things on like, so use like lower resolution meshes if you're gonna play with it initially, especially if you've got a potato PC. The higher resolution you go, the more simulation iterations you play with, you're gonna run out of your CPU is gonna go. So careful. It's like it's simulating, right? So keep that in mind. Is there a way to move, scale, rotate with precision, for example, by numbers? The best thing that I would say is instead of using Gizmo, just turn that off, and now you've got the transpose. It's not numbers, but yeah, I'm not really like one to talk about precision. I'm kind of a freak when it comes to sculpting, so when it comes to precision stuff, maybe like ask Shane Olson. You maybe ask Michael Pavlovich. Check out their stuff. Maybe they have some answers for you. Ask hashtag Ask ZBrush might have some video of it. You didn't know about you didn't know about the Danny country? I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into it. Yeah, the transpose, it's good for certain things. Oh, you wanna know, you guys wanna know like YouTuber drama? What is this? We're at the ZBrush stream, bro. Like, what you wanna know like past YouTuber drama? I don't wanna bring anything up. I want to stir up the pot. I'll see you, Pepe. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful night. Danny. No! Hey, you ain't seen me. No, it's Danny from Game Grumps, man. Danny from Ninja Sex Party, man.
Don't overthink things, baby.
Alright.
Cause I know that you do. You've been a stranger lately, and I know that's not you. Easy come, easy go. No need to fight about it. Easy come, easy go. No stress, I'm good without it. Easy come, easy go. Let's keep it fun and simple. Easy come, easy go. You know my loving is no sweat. It's 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 no sweat.
It's like a ball sack now. My bad. Hey Mac, what's up? There was no, it's a YouTube. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, yeah, I just want to make sure that everybody is like in chat. All I have to say is suck balls areola. Everybody's like, yes. Oh, jeez. The only cancellation I know is the CEO of a game company that happened a week. Dude. With all of the game company canceling stuff, like, I hate that that is a thing. I'm glad that people are getting called out. But why do people have to be gross? That's all. Why? I'm so far removed from this stuff too, because like I'm a freelance artist, so I just sit in my room, so like nobody's coming up to me and giving me massages. I'm not like, that's so screwed up, man. Like, why? Why are you doing that in a workplace? Don't do that. Oh my god. Keep your hands to yourself. In fact, keep your eyeballs to yourself even. Like, don't. No, see, the game industry is not all bad. It isn't. It is not all bad. There are bad people in every single workplace. We're seeing it in the games industry right now because we're like, oh, like nerds, and like we're good people, right? And then it gets exposed that the things that we love, like animation and games, like, because this happens in the animation industry too, that we like grew up playing as a kid, is actually full of sexual harassment, just like every other like place in this world, you know, that's star spangled and pretty on the outside. So it's like, it's just the crappy thing about real life is there's bad people everywhere, and if you see bad behavior, you have to call it out and say, that's not okay, don't do that. You know, like, I don't know if you were ever taught as a kid that that wasn't okay, but I'm teaching you now, so listen, don't do that, right? But it doesn't mean that everything about the games industry is bad. There's a lot of really great companies. There really are. Yeah, actually, Alana Pierce is great on that kind of stuff. But I don't ever want to like discourage people from working in an industry, because the reality of it is like you're gonna find the BS everywhere, right? And that's not, I'm not excusing it when I say that either. Please don't take that out of context. I'm not excusing that behavior at all. I'm just saying that like these instances should not make you not want to work in it. In fact, the more people that are not bad people working in the industry means the industry is going to be just that much bigger, right? If you're not a gross person, apply and make the industry throw the favor into the good people, the people that aren't weird. What made me decide to go freelance? So it was kind of like, I'm gonna be honest, I sort of just like, some of it was a decision, but I mostly just fell into it. Because when I was working at Tangent on Next Gen, I was also like going every weekend to Montreal to see Eric, right? And it was just like one of those points where it's just like, well, I kind of don't want to stay in Toronto forever. Like, I kind of want to move, but I'm working at this studio and Eric's all the way in Montreal, and what do I do? So I asked Tangent. I was just like my project manager at the time, she was super nice, and I was just like, hey, like, production is kind of wrapping up. Would you like me to do surfacing work remote for a little while until the movie's release? And she was like, yeah, like, you can do that, like, go be free, right? So I set up remote and did a bunch of texture work from home in Montreal, and then from that I was able to start going freelance as well, because I already started like doing remote work way before it was cool, by the way. The CEO of Tripware. I think the problem with what he did, I think oh yeah, Eric's in here now. You know, we're talking about game industry CEOs being canceled. Your favorite topic, Eric. It's your favorite topic. The Tripwire, the Tripwire or Tripware, whatever it's called. The problem with that, right, is as soon as you put, like, as a CEO of a company, as like a power of a company, as soon as you put your opinion, right, your political opinion, your religious opinion online, then that, it's not just your opinion, you're attaching your company to that. So then immediately people will think of the product as supporting that thing, right? And so it's like, it's a very weird, like, situation where, like, dude, why say that? You know, that's sort of whatever, man. Because then, like, other companies that are associated with you that don't want to be like with that opinion, right, they'll have to do damage control, because it's like, you know, it's not about opinion at that point, it's about brand. And it wasn't like a one-off thing either, right? It was like, if you're continuously going to be posting controversial things, it's gonna, you know, damage control gonna happen. Transform Zed. Anyways, I'm just gonna talk about this stuff anymore. I think that's enough of that, right? I think that's good. It's a good amount of stupid to talk about. Yeah, we've had the spicy quota. What can I say to like get at least like 10 dislikes on the YouTube pod? Did I hear about Soulja Boy thinking he owned Atari? Soulja Boy does a lot of really wacky things, man. I'm gonna lie. The last thing that was, we were just talking about the tripwire thing. I was just like, it's just like, it's a bad idea to mix brand and politics, you know? And I know that brands do that, but like, it's not a good idea. It's just not. If you're representing a company, but they haven't signed off on your opinion about something and you're posting your opinion, like, you know, I don't know, whatever. Is this some kind of sacrificial eye snatching tool? It's a sword. I don't know, yeah, I guess it would be like a snatchy snatch. I don't know, it was just fun to do whatever with this. Just jelly blood. I really like sculpting blood. It's very fun. Also, for the record, in case anybody is just like, yo, this girl, like, you should get, you get it freaking twisted or something, like, I do not support what the CEO said at all. Like, at all, dude. At all. So. And that's my opinion, not Pixologic. See? See? It's not that hard to do that. I have separated myself. Okay. Too much talking. Work, work, work. I swear to God, Eric. I swear to God, there's gonna be people that agree with you too. They're gonna be like, oh my God, she talks too much. Oh my God, she doesn't work. Oh my God. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Now I'm just getting sassy for no reason. Go ahead, cancel me. Do it. Cancel me. Oh no, I didn't agree with somebody online. Cancel me. Sculpted dog biscuit and tell Monty I've made dinner for him. Yeah, I don't think he even registers what's on my screen unless it's like flashing. He just doesn't care. Or it looks like a hamster. If I put a hamster on my screen, he just goes ape. He does not like it. He's just like, why is there a hamster? He hates hamsters on screens. Eric was playing Overwatch a while ago, left his computer for a second, and the hamster in the ball character, whatever that thing is called, I can't remember, was on the screen, and Monty was like, not okay with that character. Not okay with it. Hamtar.
let's be friends. You only need what's best for you and not them. Don't pretend. Now I don't wanna lose sleep, thinking about everything we could be. Let's just see what
The movie Bolt. He wouldn't. I don't think he would care unless like there's any dog barking sounds in that movie. Then he might get triggered by that. Yeah. Hammond. Yeah, that's it. He's a 14-year-old hamster. Monty doesn't like Hammond. Monty thinks Hammond should not exist. Yeah. What are those plushy things? Oh. This is bread. This is a bread. This is a cactus. And this is Alien. And he likes to hold the cactus. No pee-pee plushie. But I have a ball. Does that count? 10 points for anybody who can guess what this is actually supposed to be. 10 points for anybody who can guess. You guess? You know you're an incredible nerd. Eric's not allowed to say. Oh, Rabs, you're a nerd! You're such a nerd, Rabs. Among Us flat? No. Yeah, it's from Halo. It's a plasma grenade. Sticky grenade. The white one walking. I know he's a good boy. We're gonna actually like end here, I think, because it is now 10 p.m. and I barely sculpted today. I mean, we got this in a decent spot, but did mostly just spicy talking because you guys bring it out of me. It's your fault, not mine. There we go. All right, and that's what we did today. Yeah, very, very nerdy. All right, well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. If I'm not too busy, I will be back next week, but look for the announcement on any of my socials right here. If I'm going live, I announce it at least a couple of hours beforehand. So, if you don't see an announcement, it's likely that I'm not going to be live that day. So hopefully, if I'm not too busy, I should be streaming next week as well. And I'll see you then. And if you aren't already following Pixologic, definitely follow Pixologic because there was a ton of really awesome streamers that jumped in here earlier and they all stream on this channel. So you should go and say hi to them because they're cool. And Pixologic is cool. I do have a personal channel, Eddie. I just have been too busy to be streaming on it. So you can go check out the VODs if you'd like. All of my socials, like I said, are right here, including my Twitch. So feel free. And I will see you guys later. Oh yeah, right. Check out the ZBrush Summit information, which is going to be happening in October. The Sculpt Off is open to everyone, so you can register it as a contest with actual prizes. All you need to do is stream for 3 hours, a start to finish of a theme that they will give you. And 30 days free trial of ZBrush if you liked it. That's a thing. And a totally free forever version of ZBrush is ZBrush Core Mini if you wanted to do that and you haven't tried sculpting before and you want to try sculpting. It's a good entry. All right, okay. Peace. Yeah, Andre, thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you to everybody else. Okay, all right, okay, for real. No more spicy. Good night. Goodbye. Stretch. No blood